What's up, guys? So today yesterday I got my webcam in. A little cheap webcam. I paid like $7 for it off of Temu. It's I don't know, it's pretty good. I mean, it's a webcam. It's nothing special, but anyway, so we're picking up where we left off yesterday. Control Alt, and then this is for the date, or devlog rather. So today is the 9th. It is 10:15. And we're starting off with refactoring. Third check, send section for skeleton clickable card list, skeleton clicked cards list. So I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit, I'm saying I'm embarrassed, but this this section of code that I made for these two lists, I'm not gonna lie, it's a little bit, it's just not the greatest. Let me put it that way. I'm pretty sure I could improve it. But anyway, let me post this and make sure my link's working. Yep, it's working. Okay, cool. Okay, so in things to do, stopped at line 287 in client. So let's go ahead and open client and go to 287. Alright, so we put stopped here. It's okay to check against other timestamp value to validate whether we should apply, but if we compare it against the incoming data time take entry value, this could be errant as it may reflect a later change timestamp. Yeah, and that's true. So we need to compare against the data's timestamp instead. The data args timestamp. If other client is equal to false and object to time take. So yeah, this is going to be changed. Well, no. Okay, so we already did change this. We put data 0. Because object 2 is the current client and data 0 is the incoming data's timestamp. So that's what we want to compare against. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure that's right, but honestly, I need to go over this logic again. This is kind of a nightmare. The way that this works, it is not. Okay, so let's just break this down. So we have the custom time list class, okay, and we have the data dictionary, which is passed as, what do you call that, an argument or whatever, I guess, I don't know. Yeah, when you pass it as a parameter to the initializer for the instance of the custom timeless class. In this data dict, well, there's also the time adders dict. There's a time adders dict, and then there's the data dict. I think the one we would actually be concerned with is the time adders dictionary, which stands for time attributes dictionary. And then we have the skeleton list, which is clickable card list and clicked card list. So this is just for two lists, the clickable card list and the click cards list. And when we run the append on this custom list class, it checks to see if the this is trouble. It's terrible. I don't like it. It checks to see if the time adder dict is not equal to none, and that call from their check is equal to false. And if that's the case, then it iterates through the keys in the time adders dict, and then if the key is equal to self.name, which is the name of the list, then the time adder dict at that particular key equals the time ns, which we need to replace this with perf counter to be more accurate. So let's say time.perf counter. So that's step one. And let's see if there's another instance of that as well down here. Let's just copy time.perf counter and put that right here. Same thing with this. Okay, so now that's taken care of. So I want to see the relationship though between. So let's open up setup where we create these instances. Let's see. Where's the custom tab? Well, we might actually. No, we don't instantiate them. Where do we instantiate these? So it's not in setup. So let's do Control-Shift-F, and we're going to look for clickable card list. Let's actually search for custom time. Okay, here we go. So this is in game. This is an attribute of the game instance. The self.clickable card list. And we say custom time list, and we pass in clickable card list as the name, the time adders dict equals the self.gameTime_lists dict. I hate that name. I really don't like that at all. I don't like any of the names. I don't like the time adders dict name. I don't like the gameTime_lists dicts, but I guess it's plural because I wanted to denote that it's multiple lists and that it's also multiple dictionary, or I'm not sure exactly. And then as the data dict, we say that's the time list card data dictionary. And so the timeless card data dictionary, I believe, okay, so it's a dictionary with two key value pairs, one for the clickable and then one for the clicked cards list. And that's just a dictionary that references the two lists by the key as the name is the key. Very straightforward. Okay, now for clickable card list, we pass the gameTime_list_dict as the time adders dictionary. So let's look at this more. The gameTime_list_dict, and where is that exactly? Let's highlight it and do Control F. Okay, so here it is. It is way in the timestamp variable section. I'm getting over a cold. I'm just like still coughing up mucus, but it's like, you know, it's clear. I'm better. I was sick like last week. This is like day number 9 or 10, and it's like still working its way out of my system. So it consists of two key value pairs again, and each key is the name, and then the value is the time clickable card list. So this is just how the naming convention for timestamps, we just put the word time underscore before the attribute name, so it's easy to find it. I can just search for the attribute name and add time underscore before it, and that allows me to just easily find it. So the gameTime_list_dict is a dictionary where the values are the timestamps. So the gameTime_list_dict, the values are the timestamps. You need to remember that. Alright. So these are the gameTime_list_dicts, the values are the timestamps. The timeless card data dict, the values are the actual the actual card groups. Okay. That's I don't know if I'll be able to remember that. It's not a lot to remember, but just because the names are so ugly. But anyway, so now let's go back over here. So when we append, let's read it again. If it checks to see if time adders dict is not equal to none, and the time adders dict, the values are the timestamps. It says for key in time adders dict, if key is equal to the self name, okay, and then it updates the time that it's updated. Very straightforward, easy. Okay, I mean that's making more sense to me. That's very straightforward. Same thing with pop. It's updating this time adders dict, and then we access the time adder dict in another place, which is where? time matters. It's not okay. Well, we may not call it that. We may call it something else. So I know it's in client. Let's go to client and I'm trying to remember. I think it's in this timestamp section. Maybe up here. Okay, here we go. Where's the other place? There's another place where we access the we access this list. So we pass it in when we define it. But doesn't it, like, I'm pretty sure there's another passing off of the data from the time matters dict to like another dictionary. I looked at it yesterday. I'm trying to remember where it was. So it's not this, because clickable card list right here, this is just a reference to the current game's time clickable card list. Okay, I want to be able to minimize all this stuff. To collapse all this. Man, I cannot remember where this is at. Okay, it's fine. It's whatever. I'll be able to find it. It'll show itself. I'm not gonna sit here and rack my brain about it. So what we do need though is we can go ahead and do this. Where we'll leave that right there. Remind me of which section of this I'm at. It's kind of like cluttered to look at. Need to add in logic to CTL, which is custom time list, which appends the proper data to the proper changed attribute list, as is done with the other attributes. Okay, that's gonna be easy, I think. All right, so all we need to do is go here, and the skeleton clicked card list and the skeleton clickable card list, that is specific to each player. So there's going to be, this has to be like a dynamic assignment. It's going to vary between C1 or C2. So we already imported C1 change attribute list and C2 change attribute list. That was the first step. Self.time matters dict is not equal to none, and call from check is equal to false. Why do I have to say for key and self.time matters dict if key is equal to self name? Like, I already know that the key is in there with the name, so why would I iterate through each key? You see what I'm saying? Why would I not just do it like this? Why would I not just say if self-time matters is not equal to none, call from check is equal to false, then self.time matters dict, yeah, we just copy this line, and instead we just say self.name, because if it's a custom time list, it's gonna have the name. The name is either gonna be clickable card list or clicked cards list. So the only thing that we have to check is if self.time matters dict is not equal to none. But I don't think it ever would be none, because like from the time we create it, it already has the it's already passed the argument as soon as we create it. Let's see, where is it assigned again? Let's see that. So it's in game. All right, right here. So yeah. Now here's a question I have. I'm not sure about this. If I create an argument, if I create this initializer and I were to remove this equal to none from the time matters dict and then the data dict, I can't do the talking thing. It's I don't like that music anyway. Some of this stuff, like the music, I like the song from the playlist and then I added the entire playlist, and like it turned out to be a disaster. I gotta go through and get rid of like half of the stuff on there. I just don't really care for it that much. I liked a few songs out of the playlist and I was like, oh, let me add this playlist, and turns out I don't like the 70% of the other songs in there. So if I were to remove equal to none, I want to try this. I want to test this out real quick. We're gonna put 2 right here because I'm pretty sure I can replace this section with just this, because we already have the self name, and yeah, like I don't know why we would need to iterate through it. That's just silly. It's a dictionary. It's gonna have it in there, because let's see. So from the time we create it, the custom time list. We pass in the time matters dict and the data dictionary. And it's the game time list dict, and let's look for that now. So this is it always consists of these two key value pairs. It doesn't change. Yeah, we can get rid of that. I'm certain. So we fixed that, and I'm pretty sure we can also get rid of this if self.timeMattersDict is not equal to none. But first, I want to pull up this test file real quick. So we're gonna pull up test reminders, and I'm gonna create. I'm gonna say class CLS. I'm gonna do def init. Pass self, and then we're gonna say self dot x equals. Well, actually, we'll do x equals none, y equals none, and then self dot x equals x, and self dot y equals y. Now we'll go ahead and say C equals CLS, and we're gonna pass, we'll say X equals 1, Y equals 2, and then we're gonna print out C dot X, C dot Y. Oops, that was a semicolon, not a colon, as it was expecting. Okay, so it works like as you would expect, prints out 1 and 2, but if we remove the equal to none from these, and we still leave it as x equals 1 and y equals 2, does it let us assign these arguments as keyword arguments, or do we have to just put 1 and 2, not x equals 1 and y equals 2? Okay, so it still works. Because when I call a function or something somewhere else, like it might be 2 files away and a couple hundred lines of scrolling away, it helps me to like remember when I call the function to write it out, the arguments like x equals 1, y equals 2, instead of just putting 1 and 2, because then like I won't remember, like, okay, I don't necessarily remember by heart the order of the arguments, and the order is subject to change as I improve the project and stuff, and some of the arguments, some of the objects might have, you know, 8 or 9 arguments like dircheck does. Dircheck has a bunch. So yeah, anyway, so now we know that we can do that, and we'll put the title as keyword arg reference in calls, and the date. Reminder that when assigning parameters, the params don't have to be keyword. I don't necessarily know like the proper terminology for this. Keyword param for you to reference those params in the function call that accesses those args in keyword format. Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. I probably didn't like use the correct terminology there, but now I know that I can. So right here where it says time adders dict is equal to none, we don't need that. Like, there's no reason for that. And then also data dict equal to none, we don't need that either. We can still, with this equal to none going, we can still say time adders dict equals and then data dict equals whenever we're assigning the custom time list instance arguments. That's what you call them. Can't remember what you call the. I mean, it is a function, so yeah, they would be called arguments, I would think. Okay, so now we don't have to check to see if self.time adders dict is not equal to none, because, well, it never will equal none. Yeah, it never will. Updates the time adders dict value if the append is happening from anywhere but inside of dir check, as this would not reflect the proper timestamp for when the value was originally changed. Right. Yeah, okay. So we can get rid of this, and we just say if call from dir check is equal to false. Self.timeAttersDict at self.name is equal to perf counter. And then we say if self name in self skeleton list. But I mean, wouldn't it always be in the skeleton list? If self.name in skeleton list. I mean, of course it is. There's only the two. I guess maybe I had more plans for this and like I was just being extra safe, but this logic is redundant. There's no reason to check if self.name in skeleton list, because it will be, by the fact that the only two custom time list instances are for clickable card list and clicked card list. Yeah. Yep. So we just need to do if call from dir check is equal to false, which in that case this is the same logic as this up here, which means we can combine them. We can combine these two. So we get rid of this. And now we have both of these lines executing. So if call from dir check is equal to false, self.datadict at self.name.append, and we're appending a tuple A and item ID, and that's the skeleton data. Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. That's not complicated. And then we call the super custom time list the parent class. What is that? Parent? Isn't it called parent class? This is like a child class. It inherits from the parent class, the built-in Python list. Which is why we say we pass a list in right here, and we also do super.init that instantiates the this is a child class of the parent, which is the built-in Python list class. I think I worded that right, maybe. So now all we need to do is combine these two. Datetime metadata values happening from new size, and then adds skeleton card data from the list for the purpose of data transfer. That's good enough. So this is let's say current time equals and I'm going to use current time here. But so now we just have to now we have to determine which let me see real quick. Whenever we create the so it's an attribute. So I'm just trying to think, how do we get it to know which one or two it's associated with, to where whenever we're gonna call the C1 or C2, change the attribute list, and we're gonna append, and then we're gonna append this data. Not this data, this is just like, I remembered that I used that there. So this is going to be game, it's associated with the game object, and this is, so we would pass skeleton plus, or skeleton underscore plus the name, because the name is gonna be, so this is the timestamp, and we can use current time right here. And then game, because it's the dir string, and then the adder name is going to be skeleton clickable card list or skeleton clicked card list. So, or like, yeah, we're still going to call it skeleton, right? put client over here. And yeah, this is good now. So yeah, we still call it skeleton clickable card list or skeleton clicked cards list. Clickable card list and clicked cards list. Okay, yeah, that's right. So this would be skeleton plus name, because the name we give it is either clickable card list or clicked cards list. So plus self.name. Yeah, easy. Okay, so that's the adder name, skeleton underscore plus clickable card list or clicked cards list. And then the data is going to be item A and then item ID. Okay. But so like we're gonna get rid of this, right? Getting rid of this, right? Yeah, because the data dict is what, let's see, let's go back over here. So we say if other client is equal to false and object2 dot time dict at card group name, and let me make sure. Go down here, or rather up. I think it was in the 200s. Yeah, there it is. So we say, we call it time clickable card list. Or no, we check the time dictionary, which is assigned when it is sent, which is right here. So this would be clickable card list. So that's the key, is clickable card list. So it doesn't have skeleton, it's just straight up clickable card list. I just wanted to verify that. Yeah, so the adder name from 9 onward would be clickable card list. So that would be the correct string to check associated with that time dictionary. Okay, so yeah, we say if other client is equal to false and object to time dict at card group name is less than data 0. So data 0 is going to be the ink data timestamp, which would refer to the specific data, the specific timestamp associated with the data arg that was passed to dircheck, and that's going to come from here, right? On this line right here. So the next thing we have to do, yeah, I was just trying to find this part, data dict at self name. So let's go back over here. Okay, so then it says if, so this is for receive. Okay, we have it collapsed, that's why. Duh. So if entry is equal to C, no, else, okay, so if entry is equal to A, we say eval, okay, this is, isn't this for, okay, so we already removed those lines that iterated. That time dict at card group name is less than data 0. So if the object 2 being the current client is less than, meaning the receiving side's pre-existing timestamp associated with this card group name is earlier than the incoming data's timestamp, or other client is equal to true, then we do want to apply it. So then we say, we put our 2 stars there to check that. Then we can say if entry 0 is equal to C, but we got rid of the lines that referenced entry. So this is actually going to be data, but data what? This is going to be, let's double that out for being replaced, and this is going to be if data what is equal to C. So data is going to consist of the op string and then ID, and then let's see, for pop it's going to consist of the op string, then the ID, and then C it's just going to consist of C. So we'll say if how about this? We can do this. We can say data 0. It's data 0, right? Not data 1. Yeah, data 0. Oh, but we do need the timestamp. Yeah, we actually. Wait a second. Yeah, I'm tripping. So data's okay. Yeah, I'm confusing this. This is not data. This is data. When we pass data to dirstring, to dircheck, the argument for data is equal to this tuple. Isn't that correct? Yeah, data is equal to, let's see, data equal, let's look for that. Data is equal to tube 3. And tube 3 is referring to the attribute list tube. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so data is that tuple at the end of the attribute list, just to be clear. If other client is equal to false and object2.timeDict at card group name is less than data 0. So yeah, that's actually not right. We would have to pass this. Well, I'm just trying to think, how can we access the timestamp? So we're looking for the ink data timestamp associated with that particular change. And since we're inside this dircheck function, we don't have access to we don't have access to the entire tuple, the entire change attribute tuple. I mean, we could, like, I could just add the timestamp again. It just seemed a little bit redundant to add it again. You know what I mean? Like, to have it here and then to add it again at the end of that tuple. Seemed extra. I mean, I could create another parameter, which is the timestamp param. Or, like, or I could, well, hold up, let me see something real quick, because how do we know? Well, we have the card group name because of the adder name. That is passed explicitly. So I think, like, it would be either or. We could add it to data, or we could pass the timestamp in directly. But since we're only gonna need the, let me think about this for a second. It's really not that consequential either way. I'm just trying to think of like what would be the more proper solution. Should we add the timestamp to data, or should we pass a new parameter called timestamp to dir check, and just have it default to none? I really didn't want to add any more parameters because there's already a lot. It's not a big deal. Let's see. So if I did add it to data, then that would be doubling data. I would be having the timestamp in one place and then I would have it in the other place. As opposed to if I just added a new timestamp arg to dir check, I wouldn't be doubling the data. You know what I mean? So like, I think that the more proper solution is to create a new argument. So I think we'll just do that. We will. Let me just make sure I didn't already. Yeah, I don't use the timestamp yet. So far in dir check, I haven't used the timestamp. Yeah, none of this uses the timestamp. So I think, yeah, we're gonna do that. All right, so we're gonna go up here. We'll add timestamp equals none. Some of these keyword arguments I'm gonna change to non-keyword arguments, but because they have to precede. Non-keyword arguments have to precede keyword args, so that would require, like, I would have to restructure my dir check calls and stuff, and like we already established, I don't want to change anything unless I have to change it for the most part to get the game back up and running, and once I'm stable there, then I'll continue to make changes as far as like stuff like that. Because we're completely restructuring pretty much like the entire project's data transfer logic, and it's already a lot of lines that are being changed at once, so we don't want to change anything else, and get it back running first. Then it leaves less code for us to have to wonder, well, what did I change that caused this issue? There will be less of that when it comes time to debugging. So yeah, we're just gonna pass in a new new parameter called timestamp, and we'll then come down here and say if other client is equal false is less than timestamp, and okay, so now we have to set these dir check calls to have timestamp passed to them. So we'll say dir check, and actually I remember the lines. I think it was like 219. No, that's not right. What is it? That's way off. Okay, sorry. That is not correct. Here we go. Okay, so this is for receive. So data is going to be 2.3, and then timestamp is going to be 2.0. Isn't that correct? Isn't the first? Yeah, the first item is always the timestamp. Yeah, so that's what we want, because this is iterating through the apply list, which is a direct reflection of the ink timestamp list, which is a direct ordered version of the ink data's change attribute list, as well as other ink data's change attribute list. It's a compilation, rather, not a mirror. Yeah, so the structure would be the same: timestamp, dir string, attr name, data. Yep. Okay, so now as far as send goes, I don't think we're going to need to check the timestamp for send, because yeah, we're not applying data during send, and if it's in the list that we're iterating through, which calls dir check for send, then that means it is already in that list. That data change is valid, even if it's got like a later change compared to one that's already in that list for the same attribute name or whatever. We still want to apply both of those. So yeah, we don't need it for send, so we're good here. Okay, so this is correct. This is correct. Whether client is equal to false, yep, is less than timestamp. That's correct now. So then we would say data 0, because data 0 is the op string. So we can say op string equals data 0. Yep, op string is always, where is it? Okay, p, yep, is 0 and then 0. Yep. So op string is equal to data 1. So then we can say if op string is equal to c, then we will do eval object 1, which in this case would be current game. So yeah, that's, since we're receiving, we're reflecting the skeleton data we received. So we call object 1 as a string, but we're evaluating it plus the card group name. Alright. Op string is equal to data 0. If op string is equal to c, eval object 1 plus card group name, and in this case the card group name would be the adder 9, so it would be object 1 dot skeleton, or not skeleton, it would just be clickable card list, and that would be the current game dot clickable card list or clicked cards list, and we say dot clear call from nerd check equal to true. That's correct, that's what we want to happen. And then we say else. All right, card, so if it's A or P, card is equal to game dot card group dict at data 1, because data is going to be 0 1, so the ID is going to be at index 1. Okay, so that's correct. And then we say if entry 0 is equal to A, but that's actually going to be op string. If op string is equal to A, then we have this note here that says, is this the cause for discard clickable card list being unclickable while debugging game ID is equal to none bug? Notice this call does not have game ID param attempted to add it, which caused draw to animation. Clickable card list to be rendered unclickable. I couldn't click any cards at all for either client. Is this a bug or should this happen? Add this else clause which doesn't include the game arg because it doesn't need to use it because those lists are not associated with visual card movement. Okay. I'll leave that because I'm not sure. That's a story for another time. So then we say object 1 plus card group name append if the op string is A. Yep, so that remains the same. And if entry, but this is not going to be entry 0, this is going to be op string. Op string is equal to P. Then card group name dot pop. Eval of object 1 dot card group name, which is going to be current game dot clickable card list or clicked cards list. So this is a dynamic way to call an instance attribute. You pass object 1, which is the string version of the object it's assigned to, but wait a second. Okay, yeah, object 1 is passed as an argument to dir check. So it's always going to be current game, whether that's player 1's game or player 2's game. Object 1 is going to be the current game. And then we're adding, concatenating that string, which in this case would be current game. Well, it's actually evaling the string object 1 with the string clickable card list or clicked cards list, but since it's evaling it, it evaluates object 1, so it interprets that to be current game's clickable card list or clicked card list. So it's a way to dynamically reference different objects attributes. So then we grab the index of that card because that's what we're trying to pop that card from this list, and then we say call from check to be true. So eval object 1 copy dot pop, and then we're evaling the card group name, getting the index of that card so we can pop that card, and then we pass call from dir check equal to true to that pop function because it is a custom pop function. Okay, so that's good. And then we say this is disabled due to review findings that was locally handled modified, so we don't even have to worry about that. Okay, so now we have to update this comment. Let's update this. Checks for a special case. Okay. And this will say modified 4 9 24. Checks for the special case skeleton clickable card list, skeleton clickable cards list. checks the, or rather say creates the shortened card group name without skeleton. Checks if other client is equal to true, and if not true, and if not equal to true, checks the current client's timestamp against the ink data timestamp if the ink data timestamp is later, which is greater, applies data change via a dynamic list method call. Yep, I think that's pretty straightforward and correct. All right, so we're done with that, but we still have to figure out how we're gonna know here which one it's gonna append to, C1 or C2. So we have to have a method by which the custom time list, I guess we could, when it's assigned, we could like pass the ID to it. Because the name doesn't specify. Let's see. Let's see. Whenever we instantiate the custom time list instance, there's no way for us to distinguish, determine which game object this is associated with, player 1 game or player 2 game. And I don't know, do we have an ID for game? Self.id. Okay, we do have, let's see, let's say P1 game equals, okay, yeah, see, we pass it right here, 1 and 2. So we do have an ID. So all we have to do is go here to custom time list, the instance, and we'll just pass in self.id, and then again down here we would pass self.id. So now we just go over here to the initializer, which sets the parameters for instantiating the custom time list, and we add in the ID, and now we'll say self.id equals ID, and then right here we will, well, actually, how about this? I know how we'll do this. We'll say if self.id is equal to 1, self.changed attribute list equals C1 change attribute list. If self id is equal to then self.change attribute list equals C2, change attribute list. And then we will just reference the self.change attribute list append yeah. Yep. And this will ensure that we're modifying the correct change attribute list. And yeah, we can get rid of this line. Let me just make sure we got this right. Self.change attribute list, which would either be C1 or C2, depending on the ID, which we pass to the so let me say if ID, which we pass when we create it, and whenever we instantiate it here for clicked cards list, we give it the name, click card list, the time adder dict, the data dict, and then we'll just put ID equals self ID. Same thing up here, ID equals self ID. So there's no guessing as to which parameter that's supposed to be associated with. Then we say in the custom time list initializer, we say if ID is equal to 1, self.change attribute list is C1, if ID is equal to 2, self-change attribute list is C2. Then when we call append method, it will grab the self-change attribute list, which would be dynamically assigned. It will call append, passing in the timestamp, current time, the dir string, which is game, the adder name, which is skeleton underscore plus self name, and self name is the clicked cards list, so it would be skeleton clicked cards list. And that is the adder name we want, right? Skeleton clickable card list or skeleton clicked cards list, because yeah, that's what we check for in dir check. We check for these two names, and that's what we need those for. Yep. And then we pass in data, which is consisting of an op string and the item or the card ID, and the item is being passed to append, and that's going to be the card. We don't append anything but cards to this, no like lists or anything, so no funny logic. And then we just say if we'll go ahead and sure this is right. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we double check this, double check that, that's good, that is good. So one this equals C1. This is the discount double check verification, pound asterisk asterisk, name is equal to name, time adders dict is equal to time adders dict, data dict is equal to data dict. But wait, we're not going to use the data dict anymore, right? So we don't actually need it. We don't need this anymore, right? I don't think so. And the skeleton list, that's not any different. This is going to be the same. Custom logger, yep, that's still the same. Perf counter, we verified that, we already double checked that. That's good. We updated that. Comments. Call condition is equal to false. We update the time adders dict at self name with the current time, and then we call the parent built-in list class append method. Yeah, alright, so I think we might be at our hour mark for me to take a little break. What's the time at? Yeah, we're at 1 hour 21 minutes, so I'm actually gonna take a little break right now. I'll be back. I'm gonna take a little 10-minute, like 10 minutes roughly. Break, yeah, office break. So it's 11:38. I'll be back at 11:48. I need some coffee and a cushion for my seat.
Lisa were to come to me and say, Mac, I don't want you to solve my problem, I just want you to, agree with me, whatever. I said, well, I'm not the right guy for that. Because you came to me, your husband, I'm going to respond like a man would. So you can go to a girlfriend. That's what women could go to. If women want that, which is just to be affirmed and how great they are and how everyone else is wrong, and then that happens. That happens to every single woman. Then they should go to their girlfriend. It's like, yeah, oh yeah, he's terrible. Yeah, she's bad. I know. You've never done anything wrong. You're totally blah, 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 blah. That's like girl talk, but that's not guy talk. And so the only real confusion, I know every woman has been frustrated for all of history because the women go to the men, they want this kind of reaction, but then the men won't give them this reaction, they get kind of frustrated. That's true. It's just a category error. The category error is you thought you were going to get a woman reaction from a man, and these days, I guess that's not surprising, but you're not. The women, they can get a lot of great stuff from men, but they're not going to get that because men and women, it turns out, are different. And that's something that I'm happy for. I absolutely thank the creator of men and women for that fact. And when you want to thank God and pray God, go to check out Hallow. Go to hallow.com/Knowles, Knowles, whether you're feeling stressed or anxious or simply seeking a moment of peace and tranquility. The Hallow app has something for you. Hallow offers an incredible range of guided meditations and prayers that are designed to help you deepen your spirituality and strengthen your connection to God. With Hallow, you can embark on a journey of exploration, diving into different themes and types of prayer and meditation. These user-friendly practices and guided meditations. The Hallow app is a great resource for endless spiritual kill the gas car and promote electric cars. We send Mayor Pete out there to talk about how great electric cars are. That's why they don't have a problem with the short distance electric cars will go between charges. Gas cars allow too much freedom. Yeah, I think that is part of it. It's a lot easier. Electricity is a lot easier to control. I think it's not just a bunch of people in the back room, like wahaha, cooking up a conspiracy, but that is part of it. Why just even.
Okay, so we are back. Me, myself, and I. Feeling kind of tired. Need that coffee, dude. I need that coffee, dude. My little dried fruit trail mix with granola. So good. Okay, so where did we leave off? Okay, right here. Got a hair in my mouth. Gross. Okay, so def pop. So this is just going to be the same thing. And let's take care of this first. We don't need this anymore, do we? Self-data dict. So let's go to game. And it's going to be the self time list card data dict. So let's find that. Key is card group name, values associated data list. The dictionary used to be passed as a parameter to the custom time list upon creation of it. This is the only way that I can figure out how to make the associated data list be updated. See that, what it just did? See how it moved that string? See that? That's one thing I don't like about VS Code, dude. Anyway, okay, here we go. Associated data list. The dictionary used to be passed as a parameter to the custom time list upon creation of it. This is the only way that I can figure out how to make the associated data list be updated whenever the time lists are appended, popped, or cleared. Passing the data list directly as a parameter does not work. It has to reference the list itself. It has to reference the list itself as through a dict. I don't know why that would be the case. Why? So like, we just don't use the, we're not gonna use this anymore because so let me just work through the logic just to make sure I'm correct here. Whenever we update the clickable card list, we append to it whatever. It goes here to this append method, then it appends the data with the specific name being clickable card list or clicked card list to the changed attribute list. And then it checks the door checks equal to false. If so, it updates the associated names timestamp value in the time adders dict, and yeah, so I mean that's fine. And then whenever we go to send it, we have access to the change attribute list, which has the data in it. And then we go to receive it, we already have that data in the change attribute list that we're receiving. We go to apply it, and yeah, that's it. Like, there's no reason to, no, we don't need it. We don't need it anymore. So we're getting rid of that completely. You know what I'll do though? Just in case I'm wrong for whatever reason. Let me just say 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Note for removing this through DTM. DTM as all changes will be handled by C1, C2 changed attribute list directly, leaving until I am 100% sure new system is proper. Okay. And then things to do in non-pressing issues. What's it called? Time list is well, it's already copied, should be. Nope. Okay. Alright, so we got rid of that. Okay, so we don't need the data dict anymore. So let's get rid of it. And then same thing down here. Alright. So yeah, so now I just have the clickable card list, time matters dict, and then the ID. Name, time matter dict, and then the ID. And we'll just, since we did with the other parameters, we'll put nice and clean. Alright, now we should be able to continue on with the next method here, which is pop. Alright, so this is going to be the same. Adds a skeleton card data from the list minus the pop item to the skeleton list for the purpose of data transfer. So if self.name in skeleton list, which we already know it is, so we'll just remove that and say if false undercheck check is equal to false. Self.dataDict, that's going to be changed to, well, first off, we're going to get the current time. That didn't indent correctly. So when we call wrong spot, needs to go here. There it goes. So we do current time equals time.curve counter, self.change attribute list, append, current time game skeleton plus self.name, and then this one is going to be, the data is going to be a tuple consisting of the op string p and then self at item, because item here is just an integer, which is the index of the item, and then .id, which is the object at that index's ID, which is going to be the car's ID. Yep. Timestamp, directory string is game, adder name is skeleton underscore plus name, and then data, or adder name rather, yeah, adder name is skeleton plus self.name, and then data is the tuple of op string p and self at item.id. Okay. And now this comment says, adds the skeleton card data from the list minus the popped item. No, that's not what happens. That must be old. That is not what happens. Checks if check is equal to false. If so, appends appropriates data to the time adders because we don't use this anymore. And we'll actually get rid of this. Do it like that. So now it's just if call from dir check is equal to false. It's not going to go through each key. It's just going to say self.timematters dict at name self.name equals current time. Okay. This time is about 7 minutes inside dirt check. Yeah, I actually like the wording of that better. So just put the date here, and this says added in project. I am quite sure when the times are updated and changing me from dirt check yet. We wouldn't, we already verified all that, so. Updates to time matters dig value if the pop is happening from anywhere but inside of dirt check, because this would not reflect the proper timestamp for when the value was originally changed, but would instead reflect the timestamp of when it was applied on the other end of the client-server communication process. Correct. If call from dirt check is equal to false, self.timematters dict at self.name or self.name current time. Okay, that's correct. And then do I have to return this? I did testing with this and I didn't have to do return. I simply called the parent method as is done in append and clear. I don't know about that. I'll have to check that. But I'm not worried about that right now. It's gonna work either way if it returns it or doesn't return. Okay, so this clear, we pass it to self, call from dirt check. Looks good to me. This log is gonna be the same. Now put modified for 924. Updates the time added values to pop having been inside your check. Yep, this is the same one as the above. Added color check. Yep. Same thing we deleted. So that's good. This one, if self-time matters, we can get rid of that. We just if color check is equal to false. We get rid of this and this. And then this is going to be self.name. And this is going to be current time. But we have to copy this. And we'll put that right here. We get the current time. Then we call self-change attribute list append. Passing in the current time. Game is a dir string. Skeleton plus self.name. And then not P, but instead we're going to pass in the tuple C. And it has to have a comma after, otherwise Python won't recognize this as a tuple. So if you only have one object in a tuple, you have to put a comma after it for Python to know that it is indeed a tuple. So now you know, because I didn't know that at first, and I was like very confused. So it's a little bit weird. It is what it is. Anyway. Yep, so current time, game for dir string, skeleton plus self.name, and then the data is just C. And if call from dir check is equal to false, self-time matters, self-name is equal to current time. Okay. And then we don't need this at all because that is handled with this change attribute list. Okay. Yep. That's it. Okay, so we did it. There we go, guys. May not need usage for player.py after necessity evaluation needs to be updated. Player.py and game.py taking in extra frame which designates its usage. May not need usage for player.py after necessity. I have no idea what that means. I don't think I need it though. There's lots of old stuff. I wasn't as well, I wasn't done, you know, so like everything was wishy-washy, maybe this, maybe that, I'm gonna put this comment, and it was messy. But now that I'm like closer to being done with the project, I'm able to look at a lot of that stuff and be like, yeah, that's old. Like I just know, you know, it's as you work on a project for so long, you become so familiar with it, you just kind of start to know things. So yeah, over 3 years of working on the same project will familiarize you. Will become so familiar with that project. It's yeah. So all right, we did it. We are done with this. So let's go back to client and there. Okay, so if adder name is equal to skeleton, blah blah blah. Yep. Yep. Pop string is equal to data 0. Pop string is equal to C. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's it. We're done with this. Now we need to look at the send section right here. And it said revise during DTM, cannot think of any code that needs to be placed here. All data is inside of change attribute list, and there is no logic that dictated certain data be removed. So we simply pass now. And we don't really put now, just simply pass. a weird headache. Okay. That sounds good to me. Alright. So it is 12:13, and we finished refactoring their checks. Send, receive, and associated section, and associated logic in ctl.py, etc. sections. Finish refactoring dirt check, send, receive, and associated logic at ctl.py, etc. sections for skeleton clickable card list, skeleton clicked cards list. Bam, guys, we did it. Another one is off of is no longer on our to-do list. It is on our already done list. So that was pretty, I mean, it took a while, honestly, but that one was very complicated. Like, skeleton player data right here, and card group data. Well, these right here, all these are the really like complicated ones. Well, they're all complicated in their own way. Anyway, so this I disabled due to review findings that is locally handled modified, so we'll just leave that just in case we're 100% sure about that, which we'll test that after we run the game when we do DTM debugging, which we're getting close. So now we are on the else. Wow. Okay. So now let's put else refactoring. And this is going to be else. And let's just see, is receive okay, no, so actually we'll do this one first. We'll do skeleton clicked card for receive. Okay, yes, I think I want to do that first. It looks easier. I don't know what I did there. Instant replay's off now. Okay. Alright, so we can close this file. Close this file. Alright. So now we're working on if item is equal to skeleton clicked card, other client is equal to false, and object2.timedict, and this needs to be changed to adder name. Adder name is equal to skeleton clicked card, the client is equal to false, and object2. In this case, object2.timedict would be, well, skeleton clicked card, that's associated with the game, right? Let's do. Yeah, okay, that's a game attribute. So object2 should be the same here. It should be game ink data object1 current game and receive is equal to true, and object2 is current client. So if other client is equal to false, we can just copy this line, and object2 timedict card group name is less than, well, we actually can't use the card group name. The time, what's the timedict entry? Okay, well, okay, so we just need to replace this with timestamp. Yeah. So if other client is equal to false, and object2 timedict click card is less than timestamp, object2 being the current client, and client side timestamp being the ink data's timestamp that we're receiving, or other client is equal to true, then we would object1.clicked card changed from dirt check equals true. So I think that's correct. Click card changed from dirt check. Okay, so object1 here is going to be current game. Alright, that's fine. And then if ADIR at item is not equal to none, so this is referring to the actual data. Okay, I see. If ADIR at item is not equal to none, so this would be like, this is the received data. If the received data value is not equal to none, then set the attribute of the object1, which is current games clicked card, equal to game.cardGroupDict at ADIR at item. But if it's equal to none, then do set adder object1 click card and then none. So this needs to be changed to if data so but what is the data at what index, or is it just gonna be so we actually should have done send first, because we have to know the send logic before we could receive it. So that was a little bit silly. Where's the Why is elif? Okay, so for whatever reason, whenever I minimize this, it's not showing the rest. It's probably because I got stuff commented out or whatever. Anyway, so does this account for skeleton clicked card? Okay, yeah. So this accounts for skeleton clicked. All right. So in this case, for else, we finish this. And then alright. Then we do adder val equals get adder from and then item. And if adder val is not equal to prior directory item. Well, yeah, see, this is, we don't have to do this anymore because we already like, so whenever we modify the card, skeleton clicked card, as long as when we modify that through the calculated property or whatever, that means we will, by proxy of that calculated property or direct assignment, however it is that we handle that, well, actually we might have to implement that logic, like, well, we do have to implement that as far as appending to the change associated change attribute list. But as far as like this checking the current against the prior to see if it's different, we're not going to do that anymore. It's purely based off of whenever you change data, it gets appended to the attribute list. It's so simple now. It's just you change the data, it takes a timestamp, bam, and then it appends that information to the changed, whichever change attribute list it needs to. Change attribute list C1 or C2. Very simple. Yeah, so I think well, I guess this means we may not need receive false dict update at all. So let's go look at that real quick. And I'm just gonna put move. Now let's go look at this function. Okay, so receive false dict update says all paths directly from dir check, called in dir check to save lines, changes the prior dict and the change adder dict and changes change client to true, which I don't think we're gonna need change client either. Let's add that to things to do. I don't think I added that. New changed client. So all instances associated logic changed client. Yeah, I don't think we will need it. Params, okay. Receive false dict update takes dir string client item adder val prior dir. It says prior dir of item is equal to adder val if dir string is equal to game. Change Attribute dictionary item equals adderval. Destroys a player. Okay, yeah, very straightforward. We don't even like have the. We're not gonna use. Let me put that as well. Let me just copy this. Remove. And get clear errors. Then add all this in detail system. Yep. Need some water. Okay, so I think what I'll do is I'm going to comment this out for now, just in case. Convert that to a caution, comment, and put note. Okay. You know what? Actually, I'm just gonna get rid of that because I don't want to have to scroll past it anymore. I'm tired of looking at ugly commented out code. I'm just getting rid of it. I'm like 99.9% certain that's gonna be gone. Okay. Alright, so now what we need to do actually, we're gonna that's what we have to do now is take care of else, and we need to do a 1x1 logic mod so each add or change appends to the proper attribute list. Alright, so we'll go one at a time here. So we have to make this so that whenever we update draw card val, it will append that data change to the associated change attribute list. And I'm like, well, hold up. Couldn't I just check to see? Couldn't for this? Well, then we wouldn't have the timestamp. If we just, I was like, well, I was thinking we could just check the prior value that we already had set up, and it compares the prior value against the current, and if the current's different. But that doesn't give us the timestamp of when they are changed, and we do need that. So let's go ahead and take care of that. So first, let's go to draw card val. So no player. And let's look up draw card val. Okay, so draw card val is a calculated property, it looks like. And another thing we could do is we can get rid of the filter directories because we're not going to use them. I'm pretty sure we don't need them. Okay, draw card val. Here we go. So it is a calculated property. Okay. So whenever we call the setter, we're going to, we need the self ID, and I'm pretty sure player does have ID. Okay, he does. So we'll say if self.id is equal to 1. Oh, actually, since we're probably going to use that more than once, we'll go here and do if self.id is equal to 1, self.changed attribute list equals C1 change attribute list, but then I'm going to put elif self ID is equal to 2, self.change attribute list is equal to C2. Okay, and now we'll reference this change attribute list down here. We'll put self.change attribute list append, and let's go to the custom append list and copy that again. And let me just verify that no, it was custom time list. I just want to make sure I coded this right. Yeah, self.change attribute list. Yep, okay, I just verified. Alright, so self.change attribute list append time.perf counter. Which is going to be player, because this is associated with the player. The adder name is going to be draw card val. Let me make sure I got that right. Just copy it and paste it right here. Yep. And then the data is going to be val. So that's this val. Okay. There we go. Let's just verify that. Draw card setter. Draw card val takes self and val. Self._draw card val is equal to val. Self.change attribute list append the time perf counter player draw card val, and then val player is the dir string, draw card val is the adder name, and then val is the data. Okay, and it's not a tuple, it's just a variable. And I think that's good. I don't think it needs to be a tuple. So the next step would be I think that's it for send, right? I mean, that's it. And you know what we'll do? I'm going to copy this entire thing because we're going to have to do every single one of these. And we'll paste different things to do. And we're going to say, let's fix this indentation. So we'll keep unindenting it until they're even. There we go. Alright. And this we'll put finished. Alright. Okay. Now current is finish round scores this. So just to verify, whenever we set it, it's appended to the proper change attribute list, and it's that simple. You got your timestamp, you got your dir string, you got your draw card val, and your data, and now we can, whenever we go to send it, it'll be there, and whenever we receive it, it'll be there, and we will, well, we haven't done the receive section yet, so I mean, we're going through send, so yeah, up until receiving, everything is already coded and I think would be handled correctly. So yeah, let's go to the next one, which is finished rounds scores. So let's copy that over here and paste it. Finished round scores. Okay, so finished round scores is let's do Control Shift F to look for anytime we modify that. Where is this? Okay. Okay. Alright, we already looked through player. Okay. Now this is where we are going to be modifying it. So let's see, where all do we modify it? 1399. Let's put that down here. So put 1399. Okay. And then right there, 1510. So yeah, when it only is modified like once or twice like this, I just go ahead and add the code in directly, like and by that I mean I don't create a calculated property that does it as a byproduct of modifying the property. I just will add in a line right here at 1510 that should we get it? I guess we'll get the timestamp before. Say current. We don't need to do all that. So if current player is equal to P1, then C1 change attribute list dot append, and this is where we want the what is it? custom time list and grab it. Go back over here. Okay. And so now we say C1 change attribute list, append the time dot perf counter, and this is going to be player because it's the player. Name is going to be, adder name is going to be the finished round scores. And just to verify, let's go back and copy this. And make sure we got the name pasted correctly, which we do. And the data itself is going to be the okay, so I'm realizing that whenever we are receiving this, we're gonna have to have a way to apply this data. Like, what is going to tell? So wait, finish round scores is what? Is a, let's see, what is finished round scores? Is it just a regular, okay, so it's just a regular list. Let me see something. Okay, so we're gonna have to add in some special logic for that. It's not terribly hard. We're just gonna have to, like, we'll add in, we'll just make the data be C, which stands for clear. Well, actually, we'll do a tuple, because when we append to it at the other instance, we'll do a tuple with A and then the actual, like, value to be appended to it, so that it's a direct one-to-one modification. Okay, we're at the 2.5 hour mark. I'm gonna take a little 5-minute break. I'm gonna change this other one first, then I'm gonna take a little 5-minute. Well, I'm actually due for a 10. Well, whatever. I'll just take a little 5 something after this. We need to add in this other parentheses. So now we're gonna go to $13.99. Oh, wait. I did not finish this. And I guess the convention would be we commit the action first, and then we will let me just undo all my changes real quick. Make sure I have it how it existed before I got here. Okay. So for current player in P1, P2, so we say if current player is equal to P1, and we can also do that, and then else okay, so let's just verify this is correct. For current player in P1, P2, current player dot finish round scores dot clear. Okay, and we'll say if current player is equal to P1, then we change C1, change attribute list. We append the time.perf counter, which will actually assign this to the current time, and we will get the current time equals time.perf counter, and then we'll go back over here, and so now we're going to do this. Current time equals time.perf counter. If current player is equal to P1, C1 change attribute list dot append current time player finish round scores C, and then current player name is equal to player 1, else meaning, and I actually would rather I just like it this way to be very crystal clear and visually pleasing. If current player is equal to P2, C2 change attribute list append current time player finish round scores C. Is this correct? Yep, okay, that's correct. And then current player dot name is equal to player 2. Alright, and return the draw 1. I don't know if that's correct. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good. So now we have to add in logic for receiving. I'll put finished rounds scores, add in receive logic to apply list changes C equals clear and etc. Alright, so let's go over here to receive is equal to false. We're gonna go to receive is equal to true, and we're looking for so where did we handle I'm confused here. I don't see. If item name is equal to skeleton, click card. If item is equal to skeleton, draw a card. But what about finished round scores? Like where the Dersher is in game and locations. Okay, but what about... Okay, if Dersher is not equal to game or other client is equal to true. Gotcha. It also accounts... So let me just triple check on that. Please equal to true. Card group data skeleton deck. Skeleton player data skeleton card list skeleton click to card. And then... skeleton draw card, and then if Dersher is in game locations, the other client is equal to false, which is not the case here. So then if Dersher is not equal to game, or other client is equal to true. So this is the case here. This accounts for all this stuff, and I put this is not all it accounts for. I think it accounts for more. And yeah, we're also pretty sure it accounts for where would this go? D, E, F, G. So it'll go right here. Finished rounds, and let's actually paste it. Let's try that again. Here, finished round. What the hell did I just do? Why did it paste like that? Okay. I am confused yet again. Let's try this one more time. Go back over here. Copy this. And paste that. And now we can... Okay. And this says refactor set adder object 1 item adder now. I don't know if hold up. So this doesn't check the time stamp. Let's see, what's the difference here? If their string is in game locations, now their client is equal to false. I'm gonna stop right here. I'm gonna go take my break. I'm gonna pause right here. Yeah, so this is going to be a little bit more complicated than I thought it was going to be. It's not like terrible though, but it is going to take a little bit more time to really go through all this. Like, I'll probably have to, might be better off restructuring some of these elif clauses since we're modifying the whole thing. Anyway, so we're going to go back over here. Actually to progression, and the other line was 1399, so let's go to 1399 real quick, and I'm gonna copy this, copy all that, because I think we're pretty much gonna use the same thing. We're gonna go to 1399, and right here is current player finish round scores append, and then we're going to get the current time, say if current player is equal to P1, do C1, change attribute list append, the current time, Durstring player, adder name is finished round scores, and then the data is going to be A for append, and we're going to append the current player dot round score as the second entry in the data, and just copy this and paste it right here, and then then current time, player finished rounds scores, get rid of this because that was specific to that other instance. Yeah, so let's just triple check this. Okay, we have to unindent that first. So yeah, we changed current player finish round scores. Let's get a little div for that so we know. Let's grab a little div. Oops. Let's grab a little div. Go back down here and here. A little div and then a little div. So we have current player dot finish round scores dot append current player dot round score. Then this is iterating through P1 and P2. Then we have the current time equals time dot perf counter. If current player is equal to P1, C1 change attribute list append the current time as the timestamp, player as dir string, adder name, finished round scores as adder name, and then the tuple with the op string A and the current player dot round score as the value to be appended. That looks good. And then elif current player is equal to P2, C2 change attribute list append current time player round scores. Same thing. All right, that looks good. Now I'm gonna go take a little break. What exactly did I need to do next though? I need to make sure that okay, right, so whenever we receive the data right here, so this is where we're gonna stop. I already put my note, so I'm gonna go take a little break. I'll be back in. I'll just take a 10-minute break because I'm at. Let's see, we're at the 2 hours and 51. Yeah, so we're actually like. It's been a while. It's been almost 3 hours, so. Okay. All right. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit more challenging than I thought. As far as how we're going to implement these changes, as far as these elif, mainly for this, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of, like, so this elif here is for game locations, another client being false, and in these cases we're comparing the time dictionary, but for whatever reason, if the dictionary is not equal to game or other client is equal to true, then we don't check the timestamp, and that's for click card active, draw card val, enter continue text active, but hold on, let me think about this for a second. Like, if we're checking timestamp on the receiving end to make sure it's not an older send. So, like, I feel like we should still do that. I think that technically that could be, like, you could, there are instances wherein we wouldn't want to apply the data based on timestamp. Now, the question is, like, do we, well, I guess it just becomes basically like this one would be for if we do want to check the timestamp, and then this is if we don't want to check the timestamp. But my question is, why do we not want to check the timestamp for these? What exactly would make us not want to check the timestamp for draw card val, click card active, enter continue text active? I'm just trying to think of the reason. Like, I'm hoping that I had a good reason for putting this here, but honestly, I don't know. I can't think of a good reason. Why wouldn't I want to check the timestamp to ensure that I should apply it? I don't know. I feel like I should. I feel like we should. We should be checking that. Now, why would we not want to check, like, the game state and everything? Wouldn't we surely want to check to make sure that excuse me, sorry, I have just like a dry cough. I'm gonna chug a water while I think about this. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I want to check the timestamp for these. Now, it's okay. I don't mind having these divvied up. Oh, okay. I know why I don't check timestamp. Duh. Okay, so... Well, I know I don't check timestamp for when other client is equal to true because the timestamp won't be current. Like, we don't modify it. Like, we won't modify the other player's stuff on the... Like, we won't modify player 2's stuff from player 1. So yeah, that's when we're receiving in terms of other client, and that's the only time we ever update that. But as far as the elif Durster not equaling game, that means if the Durster is equal to player. So if the Durster is equal to player, though, why would we not want to? Why would we not want to check it, the timestamp? Like, see, and I actually have, look at this, I have this, is this the same thing? Yeah. So this is the same. Okay, so something is amiss here because if it's not equal to, okay, no, it does handle it. I see. Shows in game or locations, and other client is equal to false. Okay, so like, how about this? We're just gonna redo this and make it real simple. If we want to transfer the data, meaning like that any attribute that's in a filter directory, which means we do want to transfer it over the network, we're gonna get a timestamp for it, and that means we're gonna be updating the time dict as well, so that whenever we're receiving, just like how we check this timestamp right here, if object2.timedict at item is less than client timedict at item, we're making sure that we only apply data if it's been received in such a way that the data we're receiving's timestamp is a later time than our current most recent change's timestamp on the client side, I guess you could say. Because sometimes, I know it was an issue, we would send over data and it would overwrite data on the client side, but as a matter of fact, the client side change succeeded or happened after the data change that was sent over. So we were overwriting new current proper data with old outdated data. So we do want to, we definitely do want to check all that. So I guess my rule will be, so we're going to restructure this section. And we're not going to do like elif, dir string, whatever. What we'll do is, how about this? I got an idea. We can say, so we'll have all these attribute name instances, and then we can say else, and then it will be if let's see, we'll do else, and then we'll I guess we would want to check to see if the, well, we already know it's in filtered directory. So if it's in filtered directory, that means it's in, it should have a timestamp in the time dict, which I know they don't all currently, but we're going to add those in. So we'll say else, and this is for every other attribute name, and this is, well, that's not been finished actually, so we'll say else if other client is equal to true, so if other client is true, then we don't want to check the timestamp. We just want to apply the data straight up. And I'm just, I want to make sure this is right though. But actually, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be back. gotta go, you gotta go. Okay. So let's see if I can try to get something done. I'm gonna go like 1 more hour and probably gonna call it quits. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna do else, and then if other client is equal to true, we will just put not check timestamp from time dict, and elif other client is equal to false, then we will check the timestamp. Okay. I feel like that would be sufficient. Because, I mean, that's really the two categories that we have, is instances where we have where we do need to check the timestamp, and that's when other client is equal to false, and then instances where we don't need to check the timestamp, and that's when other client is equal to true. I think as long as other client is equal to false, we should check the timestamp, just to be safe. Alright, yeah, so I am going to comment all this out. Well, actually, we have the old version on the other branch, so I can just grab that from the other branch if I need to. Yeah, so I think I'm just going to delete all this and then start from scratch. Like that. And so we're just going to do else. And that's for any other. Then if other client is equal to true, and then elif other client is equal to false. And how exactly are we going to check the timestamp? Let's see, where's the one I just, here we go. We'll actually reverse these because this one's more common. It saves a little bit of computation power. The other client being true, or I'm sorry, yeah. If other client is equal to false, check the timestamp. If other client is equal to true, do not check the timestamp. Which basically I think would be pass. We would just, well, no, we would have to apply the data. and this would be, so we'll paste this. So we don't have to check that because it already has been checked. And you know what? We could actually just do this. We could say if other client is equal to false and object to well, actually the dir string, the arguments are going to be different. I forgot. Okay, so we are going to have to divvy it up based on the dir string. So we're going to have to say separate dir string logic. String logic concerning which object to reference for time date. But couldn't we do that at the beginning and just have the time dict be like assigned? You know what I mean? Like at the top of the function when we already check the dir string and all that, couldn't we just apply the, we could use the time dict variable? So we don't actually have to do that. We can do this up top. But actually do this up top in the dir section. Okay, and then we say if other client is equal to false and object 2 times this would just be the time dict. We'll say like, we can call it the receive side, I guess. Receive side time dict. And then card group name. We don't have the card group name. We would have to use the adder name. Yeah, so there we go. If other client is equal to false and receive side time dict of adder name is less than timestamp, check timestamp from time dict. If other client is equal to true, separate dir string logic, and we're going to have to do this. So then it would be apply data. Okay, so now we're going to go up to the top and we're going to assign how it does how it assigns this receive side time dictionary. So let's go all the way to the top. If dir string is equal to player and receive is equal to true, Well, wouldn't we just always refer to it as the current client? Like, couldn't we just refer to the current client's time dictionary? Because it is for the client class, right? Let's see. So we have the time dictionary. Okay. Yeah. So we wouldn't even need to assign this. We would just check the current client's time dictionary. See, now why do I put CL? Why do I have to have CL.timeDate? So CL is object 2 when I receive is equal to false. CL equals client. If receive is equal to false, which means we're about to send it. But either way, wouldn't it just be current client? Like, if we're sending, we're about to send the current client's time dictionary, and then when we're receiving, when we're referring to our receive side time dictionary, that's just the current client.timeDict. At least that's how yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like, why would that be any different? So this section right here where we say CL, in this case, when receive is equal to true, object 2, let's see, object 2 is going to be, this is locations and receive is true. That means in this case, object 2 is current client, and then if receive is false for locations, it's client. And that's, yeah, so it's current client again. And then if it's game and false for receive, it's client is current client, and then for game and receive true, object 2 is current client again. So it's always current client. So there's really no reason to refer to it any other way. You know, like, there's not, it would just be to shorten the name, but we can reference the current client. It doesn't have to be passed into dircheck for us to reference that current client. It's already there. It already exists. So I think we are safe to do that. I think there's not an issue with that. So let's see where we use just CL. I'm wondering about this, like, do I need to have this? Do I need to assign clickable card list and click cards list to that value? Yeah, I think I do, because that's how I assign it. So that's got the correct value, and then I transfer them to the actual variables. Yeah, that's and this is something I want to check. So if we have x equals 1 and then y equals 2, and if we say x, y equals 2, 3, and then we print x, y, we get 2, 3. Okay. Yeah, so you can assign variables that way. I was thinking, like, maybe it considered this a tuple, but it wouldn't, of course, or a list or something. Okay, so that is 4, and we're gonna say, one line var multi-var assignment. You can assign multiple variables via a comma on one line. Okay. Yeah, yeah, that was it. I don't think we need to. Okay. Now, okay, now I still have to like finish fixing this. We're not gonna use the prior, so this is gone. No more prior directory. Let me just triple check that. Yeah, like, do we need prior directory? I don't think we do, because we're only gonna check the timestamp. We're not checking prior directory anymore. For receive, we're gonna receive it, and if other client is equal to true, we're gonna apply it. If it's not equal to true, we're gonna check the timestamp. If the timestamp is later than the one we have on the client side, we're gonna, on the receiving side, we're gonna overwrite that value. We're gonna apply the data, in other words. We're not gonna like compare. Yeah, that's definitely like a nixed system. So goodbye to that. Register player. Yeah, we don't need prior. We don't need it, dude. It's out of here. Get it out of here. Get it out of here. Get it out of here. Oops. What I did. Hold up. Okay. Yeah. Much better. And this is for CG if game and other client is equal to false. Object 1 is current game. So yeah, we could just where oh, that's not, wait, man. Wouldn't we, what, like, couldn't we just say CG equals current game? But is there a reason to not? Play the game. Is that what she said? So she said game. I was looking at the word game. It's weird. Yeah, she does. Yep. I was looking at the word game. It's weird. Okay, so yeah, you're insane. Yeah, we're just so. Yeah, current game will always refer to the current game. Like, there's no reason. It's not, it doesn't vary. So we're going to if other client is equal to false. Do it, baby. Do it. Yes. Well, CC, we don't need to do CC. We don't need to do CC. We don't need a little CC to replace current client because there's only like 3 instances of it. So let's just roll with that. CC. Yes, we're gonna roll with this. We're not gonna. Okay. Now. I like that. Okay. Pressure equal to flare, receives equal to falls. That's fine. Get at her from this P, but it says we don't use that anymore. It says we don't use it anymore, bro. It's been nixed. Ha! I love cutting lines out. It's great. Goodbye. Goodbye. But you know what I do want to keep actually? I want these dirt check. I want all these dirt check. Let me see. Okay. Okay, right here. Now we're gonna go back. We're gonna copy all this real quick, so I can get these little dirt check calls, because that's actually important to me. We're gonna redo all those changes. Well, that wasn't that much. I was expecting more action there. Okay, now we're gonna open up a new file, and we're gonna paste this, and I would just want so this is what I want. This it right here. This is what I needed. Get it out of here. Get it out of here. Okay. So we're gonna paste that in. I see what I did wrong. Okay. How do you duplicate Gemini? How do you do this, bro? How do you duplicate your cursor? How do we duplicate it? Gemini. Come here, Gemini. I got a question. Gemini, how do you duplicate your cursor in VS Code? There are a few ways to duplicate your cursor. Method 1, using Alt-click. Place your cursor. Click at the desired position where you want one cursor. Hold Alt. Hold the Alt key. Click to create. Or you can do Alt. You just do Alt down. Just use the Alt click. See this? Look at this. Whoa. Whoa. So we're gonna copy that. We're gonna back out. Ooh. Now we're gonna go to the start. And we're gonna hit exit. Now we're gonna Alt. Okay. Now paste it. Whoa! What happened? Okay. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. I understand. I got it. So you copy it once. Then you... So, bam. Now we do alt-click. Then we highlight all this. Back it up. Hit. There we go. And this is actually not supposed to be here. No. Okay. Okay, it's good. Now this lets me know how all the various instances where I call dirt check, it lets me know the args that I pass, which is important. And otherwise I would have to like go through and recalculate all that, which technically I need to do since I updated a lot of stuff, but I'm pretty sure they're basically the same. But pretty sure gets you nowhere when you're coding. You need to be absolutely certain, so I should probably check that. We're looking for P, just P. Pretty sure we use P. P dot? Do we use P dot? That's the question. We use CP dot. I see lots of CP, but I'm not worried about CP. Yeah, we actually don't use P dot. Thought we did, but we don't. It was a lie, boys. We don't use P dot. So this is just like, we don't even use it. So like, why are you even here? Why are you even here? Get at her. Look at this, bro. We got rid of all of it. It's gone. Where'd it go? Where'd it go, dude? And you know, actually, this was dumb. Because we just need this once. So we're going to copy this. Now we're going to just do the same thing we did again. We're going to get rid of them again. And now I'm going to go up here and paste that and just put below section 4924. Shows how each dir check call is made concerning the args passed. Canasta, or whatever he says. Yep. So we need to caution that out, because they might not be correct. So if other client is equal to false, CG equals current game, that's all good. Okay. I'm sorry, I gotta use, I gotta drain the lizard. Be back. Okay, I'm back. That was fast, dude. So this checks first if other client is equal to false, and this is gonna have been modified today. Handles timestamp variable updating if other client is equal to false. Current CG is going to game. CTG time click regardless. CG time regardless. And I just don't like that we're doing this on one line. It makes me uncomfortable. I don't know why. I just don't like it. I just don't. There's nothing wrong with it. It just clickable, clickable, click, click. See how much easier to read that is? It's just better. Disabling to completely sure it's not necessary. Reviewed necessity of this line again. I determined that since the dict references the actual skeleton list objects themselves, there is no need for this line to run. I review that it seems like these two added really contain the up-to-date. Okay, so I have questioned this a lot, apparently, throughout the years I've been working on this project. Determine that since the dict references the actual skeleton list objects themselves, yeah, I got rid of the timeless card data dig, brother. It's out of here, dog. It's gone, dude. It's gone, dude. Where? Yeah, it's supposed to be in timeless card data dig. It's gone, bro. It's gone, dude. It's gone. Get it out of here. Get it out of here. Damn. Shit. I mean, come on, dude. Why do we have this indented so far? Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Note. I reviewed the necessity of the time system. Although rare, it definitely could be an issue for game attributes. I don't believe player attributes will be affected by this, and therefore don't need a timestamp. Why did I come to that conclusion? Snipped off the player key value pairs from this dig for testing to see if they are necessary. Hand CP time. Why did I? Why did I? I don't know. Is finished? Okay, finished round scores. Hey, what? This is already a thing? But where? Hold up. Hold up, dude. I don't think I need a timestamps and player by evaluated their necessity, and I can't see why it would be needed because these values are not changed on the client side at all. Oh, I see what I'm saying. Oh, I mean, I see what I was saying back then. So, right, okay, so on the client side, we don't actually modify this stuff. We just receive the data. Yeah, but on the other side, the server side, when we are like going to receive, well, okay, hold up. So we don't actually change it on the client side. So we wouldn't need to receive it on the server side. Oh. Okay. So what I'm saying here basically is that we only modify things, like most things, on the server side, and then on the client side we really only modify like a few different things, like trying to think, like click card active, or text input active, or multiple choice active. Like, we just make inputs from the client. We don't ever, and then the input data is transferred back to the server side. The server side determines which like modifications to make based on that input to things such as your hand, the player's hand, etc. Which means, if that is the case, then whenever we're working, like, essentially that means we don't need timestamps. Not, I don't want to say timestamps. We don't need time-dict timestamps. Meaning we're not gonna have to compare dictionary. We're not gonna need to compare when we're receiving a proposed data point change for, let's just say, the hand on the client side. We're not gonna need to check our client side time-dict timestamp against the received time-dict timestamp, because we already know that since we don't modify the hand on the client side, we already know that the timestamp that we're receiving is going to be later, and therefore that the data should be applied 100% of the time. Meaning we don't have to check the times. We don't need to check the timestamp for this stuff. But here's the thing, though. I'm not like 100% certain on this. I am pretty sure. I'm pretty sure, though. And if I went through and added all this stuff to the dictionary, I probably like got it right. Probably, not surely. I have been wrong many times, so. No, we die. we do die. What are you?
Until we are dead. Yet, might we be considered fools for undermining? For we don't truly die until we are dead.
We don't truly die until we're dead. Yeah, that's. Yeah, that's. Wait a second. Wait, what? You don't truly die until you're dead? I'll take your word for it. That's dope though, I actually like that.
It's funny, this game of life. Each human believing in a sense that they are immortal, safe from death, untouchable. I suppose it's true in a sense. While we are alive, we are as such, immortal beings. Immortal meaning never dying. For we don't truly die until we are dead.
Okay, no, your logic's bad, dude. Somebody tell her. Somebody tell her.
Considered fools for undermining.
Somebody tell her.
For we don't truly die until For we don't truly die until we are dead.
Ooh, Miss, what is this? Self-time land? Where did that? Why is this just like there, like this?
It's funny, this game of life.
So yeah, we don't need
Sense that they are immortal.
we don't need to
Untouchable.
check these timestamps then.
I suppose it's true in a sense.
It is true.
While we are alive, we are as such.
Not that.
Immortal beings. Immortal meaning never dying. For we don't truly die until we are dead.
Okay, so here's the deal. we're gonna have to add in logic. And I remember now, dude. I did review all this. I remember. I went through this before. And I was pretty sure I started to implement all this just like I'm doing right now. And then I realized, wait a second. The client side doesn't change this stuff. So there's no reason to have this extra step to it's true, dude. It's true. Because as a matter of fact, the client side does not progress through progression. This file, which goes through the game, that is only done on the server side. And this, like, it waits for certain, like this, enter continue text. It's gonna wait for the player to hit enter, and it just sits here on this line until the client side sends back over that it hit enter, and then it continues the game. So we don't need it. So I don't want to waste my time implementing a system that's unnecessary. But here's the thing. Which ones do we... Well, we don't need them for player because we don't modify them. The only things that we do modify are well, that's the question. How do I know what things I change? I know I change a lot of things from game.
Release yourself.
Yeah, I don't even think like... I don't even think I like clickable card list. I don't think we changed that on the client side. We don't change it. All that happens on the server side. We change. I'll put a star for ones that we don't change. We do change choose multiple cards. That's a boolean. Actually, no, that's actually okay. Hold up. We actually might change things on the through game, because game does end up modifying player, doesn't it? Let's see something. Let's put dot hand. Okay. What about dot presort cards? Okay, what about dot play cards? Okay, what about dot melts? Okay, what about 3 meld? So 3 meld. Alright, now let's go to event handler. Okay. Here. And So we do run draw window main on the client side, and that means we do assign prior name. So that's something that we do need to transfer. Okay, as I'm going through this, I'm just realizing, like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't need to really change. I don't really need to transfer anything from the, as far as the timestamp for the timestamp dictionary for a player. So we can. So basically anything that's already in the time dict, I'm going to assume is the stuff that needs to be in the time dictionary. Which means we've already created all the code associated for all that stuff. So I'm just going to go ahead and assume that we basically are just like not... We're just going to roll with this code as it is. Snipped off the player key value pairs from this dict for testing to see if they are necessary. Okay, yeah, so this should take care of that. If other client is equal to false, because do we do other client equal to true for send? Yeah, we still need to update it. We still need to update the time dict even if other client is equal to false. Because we want to send the updated version of the time dict. Isn't that right? Yeah. I'm just trying to think through this logic. So like, if we are going to send like, but would the time dict value be the correct value? Like, wouldn't we have the same problem as if we were to reference the actual just like timestamp that gets updated and appended to the change attribute list every time we modify it, to where like, let's say we modify 3 cards in the clickable card list, and then we send it, okay? And let's just say on the receiving side, let's just say this is server side's receiving side. Whenever the server goes to receive it, it's gonna check the timestamp, the time dict timestamp, which means that's going to have the timestamp from the 3rd time the card was changed. So this system, I don't think this system would work as it is. We would well, hold up. So we really only need the time dict for receiving, like, because we're gonna receive the, either, it doesn't matter if it's client side or server side, we're gonna receive the data. The data is gonna have the timestamp associated with the data change that we're proposing to apply. And the question is, do we apply that change? We apply it if the receiving side's timestamp for the time dictionary is earlier than the incoming timestamp. And yeah, and that's how we had it coded. Like, we did that at the beginning of the session today. So I think That means we only need to update the time dictionary whenever receive is equal to true. Is that right? Because that's the only time we're going to reference it. We don't actually have to send the time dictionary. We don't need to send the time dictionary anymore. And let me just put this as a note. I'll just put this as a note. We do not need to send the time date. We rely on the data timestamp instead. Send side does require, not send side, receive side. Receive side does require updated timestamp, or time date, rather, to compare data timestamp against. Yeah, okay. So that means well, first of all, we can nix the time dict from being sent. Don't send. So I'm pretty sure now, yeah, so we check to see if other client is equal to false. Because if we're receiving and I just feel like there should be second. Other client is false. Well, let's put it in order. So it goes receive, other client, well, dir strings actually first. So we'll do dir string first. If dir string is equal, if dir string is in game locations, and then it's receive. And other client is equal to false. Okay, so it's dir string, receive, and then other client. Yeah, dir string, receive, and then other client. Okay, so dir string is in game and locations. because this is all that has to do with current game, or in a couple instances the location. Then receive is true because we only need access to an updated timestamp, time dict rather, when we're receiving, to compare against the received timestamp. And then also only when other client is equal to false, because if other client is equal to true, we know we're just going to apply the data. We don't need to, we never modify the other client's data from the perspective of a particular client. I'm pretty sure on that. So yeah, I think we're good on this line. So that would rule out a lot of instances to where it will only run, you know, because this would take a little bit of time. This would only run when it absolutely needs to. And we have this, why do we have this separated? Let's put these up top and put the dictionaries at the bottom. Let's put them here. Why do we need this twice? We already have it here. We already say that time dict at resituate cards no sound is equal to locate dot time resituate cards no sound. So this is like a duplicate, isn't it? And then we say, yeah, why is this duplicate? It's in there twice. That's weird. Okay. And then this one, locate mirror games. Yeah, that's a duplicate as well, I think. Yep, that's a duplicate as well. And this also is duplicate. Locate, mirror, yep, same thing. Okay. Yeah, I'm starting to get a little tired. I'm running out of gas. It's been, how long have we been going for? It's been a while now. 5 hours. Yeah, boys. 5 hours on the dot, dude. Okay, so yeah, I worked for 3.5 hours this morning. 5.5 hours. Let's make sure I do this. I got these comments set up correctly. Okay. Clickable, unclickable, clicked, and clicked. Yeah, so I'm gonna go to the gym for just a short, very short period of time, I think. So. Well, I would say we made pretty good progress overall. But I need to actually undo these changes I made to round, what is it called? Finished round scores. Before I quit, I'm actually gonna do Control Shift F and yeah, here we go, right here. Well, no, actually, yeah, we need this because this is for the change attribute list. This is separate. Okay, cool. I was like thinking I had to delete that, but I'm like, wait a second. Actually, we do need that. Yeah, okay, cool. So that's not, we do have to code in logic for receiving that, which I'm pretty sure that's already in things to do. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and quit. So where was it? It was in receive equals true, but I actually deleted that whole little section. Separate duration logic starting which object to reference for time dates. So this we'll get rid of. This we'll get rid of. And current client time date at adder name is less than timestamp. And double check listen. So 309 in client file. $5.25. It's pretty good. And then we're gonna make sure we stage and commit. 330. Stage commit push change to a motor repo create new level backup. Alright, so let's go ahead and so we're in the root directory, we're gonna git branch. We're on the secondary branch, we're gonna git add everything. The LF, don't worry about those. That's inconsequential. We're gonna do git commit. Actually, that's not right. We need to copy this entire devlog message. And we'll do git commit -m. And then we're going to go way up here and get rid of all these apostrophes because you can't have those in your devlog, well, in your commit message. You can have them in your devlog, buddy, but not your commit message. Alright, now close it off. We created our new commit. 8 files changed, 272 insertions, 217 deletions. 8 files changed. That's pretty good. We say git push Canasta secondary to push to the remote repository, and it did. It pushed from local secondary to remote secondary. So we can close this. Now we're going to go to programming file to make a local backup. So this is the project folder. We're going to copy it, go to the backup, delete it, hit OK when you see the message pops up. Now we're going to paste this. There you go. And let's go and make sure that this is the correct backup. And that's for today. So we did it correctly. We're going to go back to here. We're going to go to 49 and 4 so that we know our backup on our local hard drive is up to date. And that's it, guys. See you next time.